Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hope tonight finds everyone well and hope you've all had a great week. I, quite frankly, have not. But we're off to the good part of the week at least. So there's always that. So yeah, we did Power World for quite some time. They're already talking about what the new stuff they're going to do is, so that's going to be a thing. For now though, before we get back to a regular routine, I thought we'd probably do two things. First, I've got a bunch of reacts. I am really behind on the Brandon Herrera reactions, and I need to catch up because he's uploaded a ton in a very short order. So we've got one that he just threw up today, followed by several others, and two that are kind of like linked. I should have watched the one when it came out, but I didn't. So we're gonna watch them both because they're part of the same thing. I'm tired, so it is reasonable to sort of delay and do this. Afterwards, we've got a fun little early access game. Now, a little indie, Annie Wars, which is basically Advance Wars / Fire Emblem, but different and roguelike, which is neat. I have considered a Schedule 1, which I'm going to quickly make sure is installed and updated just in case. I can't do that because of my current setup, so no Schedule 1. But Annie Wars will be fine. We'll do Schedule 1 next week. And the idea behind Schedule 1 is we're going to be doing a zombie apocalypse run. And we'll explain more when we get to it. But for now, it's like probably going to be a lot of reacts in one game for tonight. So, I know some of what's coming up with Brandon's video here. So there was a big lawsuit. There's been a big ongoing lawsuit about how suppressors / silencers, because Maxim called them silencers, so they're silencers, are being banned under the NFA is not legal, especially now that there's no longer a tax stamp on them. There was a win, though it's still shaky, that said that certain companies, well, the plaintiffs basically, are allowed to sell or buy or manufacture silencers without registering and the tax stamp. And the thing with the registering, the reason a lot of people are up on that is that when you go through the Form 4 for registering, you tend to end up with a lot of extra visits and accidents. So there's a lot of trying to deal with that. Unfortunately, it's only if you're involved with the plaintiffs, though. This isn't for everyone. And it just came out. We're still waiting for more information, but it just came out that the ATF is sending instructions continue as per usual, which is basically them saying they're going to ignore the court ruling and keep doing what they want anyways. So it's a legal win, but it's iffy as to exactly where things actually stand. So I'm sure Brandon's going to be a lot more hopeful, but I just want to warn people about what's going on. Double check to make sure what the rules are to try to protect yourself and keep a very close eye on what else is going on. So with that said, Brandon Herrera, we made silences legal again. Just came out earlier today.
Since the National Firearms Act of 1934, every single time an American has wanted to buy a suppressor, a short-barreled rifle, short-barreled shotgun, or a transferable machine gun, they've had to go through a tax stamp with a $200 permit from the government to be able to buy something they can legally possess. Last week, a federal judge in Texas said that was bullshit and gave the federal government 7 days to appeal. 6 days and 23 hours later, they still haven't. So in just a couple minutes, I might become the first American in almost 100 years to buy a suppressor without an NFA tax stamp. Let's go break the NFA. Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering, how is it that me, a congressional candidate, a Texas state legislator, the head of Gun Owners of America, a United States congressman from Georgia, and a handful of other influential parties in the gun industry end up in a silencer shop at midnight, risking 10 years in prison for the sake of the Second Amendment? Well, the answer is in the year 1934. This is the Thompson submachine gun. Not only is this a transferable full auto, but it's also an SBR, which means it's a short-barreled rifle.
So he's just
rifle
showing
with
it
a
off.
barrel of less than 16 inches. The National Firearms Act regulated machine guns, SBRs, SBSs, and also, most notably, and I think most impactfully for Americans in 2026, suppressors. This is one of the first major...
Fair. I think we all would show it one off if we had it. The reason that silencers are on the NFA, they managed to make it on, because there was a bigger fight over that versus the other guns, is because a bunch of hunting lobbies, and I think, I do not remember for sure, but I think the NRA was part of it, lobbied to have them put on because a bunch of these old farts were scared about the idea of people hunting with silencers, and rather than have to try to figure out a way to enforce their own hunting regulations that said, no, you can't hunt with one, they just lobbied to get them thrown into the NFA to be banned, which certain gun control people liked anyways, but didn't have the same popularity as the short-barreled rifles and shotguns. So we can thank a bunch of old farts, the FUDs, as a lot of gun people call them, for being stuck with this.
Pieces of gun control legislation that has ever hit the United States of America. As such, it was immediately taken to the Supreme Court as this seemed like a major violation of the Second Amendment. The idea that the right of the people to keep and to bear arms shall not be infringed. And the Supreme Court decided that the NFA was constitutional, just barely. Not because you were regulating the firearms themselves, that seemed like a very clear violation, but because Congress had the ability to levy tax. So because it was not a regulation of the firearms, but instead a registration of the tax, then the NFA was technically constitutional, or at least that's what the Supreme Court decided. Now, because of the work of folks like Congressman Andrew Clyde, in the big beautiful bill fight, the NFA tax stamp for things like suppressors, SBRs, and SBSs was reduced to $0 instead of $200 like the typical tax stamp. So now if the only reason the NFA was constitutional according to the Supreme Court is the fact that you were not registering the firearm, but the tax on said firearm, now that the tax is $0, what leg do you have to stand on? It seems like at that point the NFA would be entirely unconstitutional. Thanks to the folks at Gun Owners of America, Silencer Shop, Silencer Co., B&T, and a number of other companies that were willing to put their cojones on the line, they took that very case to court and a Texas judge agreed with them, giving the Department of Justice and the ATF 7 days to appeal the ruling.
Let me just give you a little bit of the backstory about how this actually happened. The light bulb went on in my head. Wait a minute. So if we eliminate tax, that has a budget impact. Well, the Second Amendment has a tax on it. The National Firearms Act has a tax on it. Why can't we do that? Why can't we eliminate this $200, this draconian $200 or $5 for any OW? Why can't we eliminate this tax? So on January the 19th of 2025, literally I'd been on budget committee for 19 days. And I gave a presentation. I said, hey, I think we need to eliminate the tax on National Firearms Act weapons. And Jody Arrington sent me a text right after that. And he said, that's a brilliant idea. He said, you really think we can do it? And I said, well, of all the research I've done, I think we can do it. We voted on it in the House. It went to the president's desk. The president signed it into law, and the taxation as of January 1st, 2026 was completely gone. But then after the One Big Beautiful Bill came out, and Gun Owners of America, along with Silencer Shop, right, sued, they knew, y'all knew, your lawyers knew what the Department of Justice refused to acknowledge. And that was when you eliminate the taxation, you eliminate the foundation of the National Firearms Act, and therefore the registration goes away. Today is a phenomenal win. Last Wednesday, all right, when the court decision actually came out, literally I was on cloud nine. You know, I was supposed to take a couple of days off, but these last few days have not been anything. But work to make sure that this decision was not appealed. So I led a letter with 47 signatures on it, 8 senators and 39 members of the House. So that letter was delivered Tuesday morning to the Attorney General, and he got it, he understood it, the Trump administration understood it, and the gun community as a whole made themselves very well understood as to where we wanted the administration to be. Congratulations to all of you that fought with us. Thank you very much to Gun Owners of America. Thank you to Silencer Shop Foundation. It's a great win, it's a historic win, and I look forward to more wins down the road with Brandon, all right, and a guy that understands the ins and outs of the ATF and the Second Amendment, probably as well as any of us do, and I look forward to working with him to have even greater wins in the upcoming 120th Congress. So with that, thank you.
I got the call from you guys yesterday because, you know, that's how we operate around here. We're very last minute, but again, we'll see how this all turns out tonight. It's going to be historic one way or the other. I was calling a lot of friends on the way here that were big in, you know, the gun rights world, and because I was thinking, you know, I hope this is going to be as big of a win as I think it is. You know, I think this is a big deal, but I'm really not sure. And just listening to the childlike giddiness in all of their voice about what we're doing here, I'm like, okay, we're doing something cool. So we'll see how it all turns out. There's a reason I didn't bring my dog, so we'll see how that all turns out. But it's a privilege to be here, and it's going to be a fun night. So I'm looking forward to celebrating this one with all you guys. Thank you.
This is something that's pretty amazing to watch come to fruition. I don't know if you always knew that this was the goal to try to get to this point, and I don't know if I ever knew if we could really get there, but here we are. And GOA, thank you all for letting me be a part of your team and being a part of this day, which I appreciate. We'll see if the ATF arrests us when we walk out.
So while we might be being bold, we're not being stupid about this. The lawsuit and the ruling in question covers GOA members, Silencer Shop customers, Silencer Co. customers, B&T customers, and was issued by a judge covering this district of Texas. So we are doing this transfer in that district at Silencer Shop headquarters as GOA members, transferring a B&T and a Silencer Co. suppressor. So we are strategically setting up the best legal defense possible before we theoretically have to have one. So finally, with no appeal from the Department of Justice, at 12:01, we made the first transfer of a suppressor without the use of an NFA tax stamp in 92 years.
It happened.
Yeah, it happened. Mm-hmm. Can we fucking clap?
Congratulations.
These are the first 2 silencers without registration in over 90 years.
That's incredible.
And these are the second 2.
Let's go. Appreciate that.
So now's the part in Mythbusters where they tell you not to try this at home, at least not yet, because there's probably one thing on everybody's mind at this point, including the Department of Justice.
Was all this legal?
According to a Texas judge and lack of response by the Department of Justice, yeah. That being said, we are still well within the period where the Department of Justice and ATF can actually issue an appeal, which would put us in a very precarious legal situation. in which case we would need to be calling some attorneys. But the Department of Justice did have the 7-day period as set up by the judge to appeal this. They failed to do so, but they still have time to appeal it on a broader scale. So is the NFA destroyed forever? We totally own the libs? No, we're not there yet. That being said, this is a momentous occasion. This was the first tech.
I am curious about if they're going to appeal it, because if they appeal it now, it goes to the Supreme Court. And if it goes to the Supreme Court has been pretty defensive of gun rights and has not taken too kindly to some of the actions as of all these restrictions and things. So there's a very good chance that they're not going to like it from that perspective. There's also a very good chance that they're not going to like it from the perspective of, there's a very good chance that they're not going to do it from the perspective of, if they go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rules, then it becomes proper national policy. Then uninvolved parties no longer need to start their fight from the beginning, and instead need to turn around and can instead turn around and say, the Supreme Court said this. Therefore, you should rule in our favor as well. So they have a good reason not to want to go to the Supreme Court. But again, it sounds like they intend to just ignore the order to begin with, if the reporting is correct. If the reporting is incorrect or incomplete, which this came out just today, and I'm only really seeing it from the usual alarmist people, so maybe jumping the gun, pun not intended. But it does seem, it's not the first time they said, yeah, you ruled it, but we're going to choose to ignore the ruling.
Technically legal transfer of a suppressor without an NFA tax stamp in almost a century. That being said, the DOJ and the ATF have offered no guidance as to what this actually means yet, so everything we've just done is extraordinarily gray. But this was a necessary step to further dismantling the unconstitutional National Firearms Act. This was not only a necessary next step, this was an incredibly large step forward. There are going to be people that say, oh, well, this doesn't fully dismantle the NFA, or it's still not allowed here, or my state has these provisions, so this really isn't a win at all. I would say that's probably akin to saying that D-Day was a loss for the Americans because it didn't instantly end World War II. This was a big battle, and we won. It doesn't mean we won the war. We have a long way to go, and there's a lot of battles still to fight in the future. So something that I've made clear with the help of GOA is that it is not enough to be on defensive like we've been pretty much my entire lifetime. It's just been defending our rights. It's not enough to protect the rights we already have left. Now we're going after the rights that we've lost. And I hope that makes you feel good, because it makes me feel fucking great.
I just realized he has guns on his ceiling
right now, so don't take this as legal advice to start drilling third holes in your fucking lowers and sawing off your shotgun barrels. And if you do, don't fucking tell anybody. What we just did was kick the ball back into the government's court. They just did us a major solid by not appealing, but now we get to see what they do next, and we get to continually progress and progress and progress and see where this goes. And I can't say too much right now, but I have reason to be cautiously optimistic. As somebody who's been obviously a vocal proponent for this stuff for years, to be able to be on the forefront of this and to be the tip of the spear of pushing this shit forward is just, it's political YouTube shit aside, this is something that's incredibly special. This is just one suppressor, but it's a piece of firearm history forever now. You talk about common sense gun laws, to me, this is common sense. Protecting our rights, protecting our hearing. Protecting something that in so many countries in Europe is considered common courtesy. This might have been the first.
Yeah, that's true. Even in the UK, where guns are super duper heavily regulated, they actually say Okay, but you can't shoot it unless you have a can on it. Because, first of all, they don't make them whisper quiet. You need like an ultra specialized gun, ammo, suppressor combination in order to get super duper quiet. But they take down the noise so much that, and they reduce the damage to hearing so much that in a lot of nations in Europe, you are required to use them. Again, where they have much stricter laws on just getting firearms. So this restriction is 100% just a because we can restriction.
Certainly not the last. This is something that I want for all of you, and I will continue to fight until we get there. Now, this is also a fight I'm looking to take directly to Congress. Truth is, to be effective, people like Andrew Clyde, while he's doing an amazing job, they need backup. And frankly, just doing stuff like this, I feel like I've accomplished more in my time as the nominee for Congress for Texas District 23 than some congressmen actually do in their 2 years in office. Turns out in politics, it seems like getting shit done is actually bad for the future of your political career, which is why I'm gonna be a fucking terrible politician. And anyhow,
if you do something, you cannot campaign on it again. At least that's how they look at it. That, oh, but I solved this problem, so I can't keep campaigning on it. And it's like, then find a new problem and campaign on your victory.
you may have noticed there's no sponsor in this video. I just felt it was kind of out of place. But if you'd like to see these kind of wins continue and you'd like to help my ability to deliver on these wins, we need to get things across the finish line in November. Until August 15th, which is alarmingly close, the giveaway is still open on the campaign site. Every increment of $5 is an entry, but if you're inclined to do more, we do have something special now. Every donation of $250 or more gets these challenge coins that also demonstrate just exactly how large this district is. It's basically all of West Texas. Trust me, I get a lot of windshield time.
Today's the last
now, you might
day.
remember the old
debating.
coins were very similar to this, but it was
I don't have
congressional
a
candidate.
I
Since
really
we won the
don't have a lot of
primary
money,
and Tony
but I want to.
resigned, the new batch are a congressional nominee for Texas District 23. And with your help come November, the new batch will just say Congressman. But anyhow, if you'd like to help us in the fight, you can go to BrandonHerreraForCongress.com or use the links in the description or in the pinned comment. But in the meantime, make love loudly, make war silently.
Okay.
And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks. I'm so fucking tired.
So that was the new one, and that's the new news. Thank you, Upto. Much appreciated. I think we're just gonna run through all of these right now. So next, a guy used a machine gun. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. A guy used a machine gun in a self-defense shooting. I've heard about this. It made some people really, really mad, if I remember correctly.
Every American has an unalienable right to self-defense, and thanks to the Second Amendment, every American has the right to defend themselves with a firearm, as the right to keep and to bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, where things have gotten a little weird in the past is when sometimes the firearm that gets used isn't exactly what you'd think of when you think self-defense weapon. What happens if you were acting in self-defense, defending your own life, but the weapon available to you is a machine gun? It's a machine gun! Now, while that might sound like a fun hypothetical question, it is a
If you haven't seen that video, it's so telling that the European soldiers don't understand holding down the trigger.
real thing that did happen. And in my opinion, it's one of the most interesting self-defense incidents and subsequent court battles that nobody even seems to know about. So, to quote a friend, Today we're going to talk about that one time that a guy legally used a machine gun in self-defense,
Hi, Nick.
and what the hell happened in the court case to follow. This is the Gary Fadden incident. Meet Gary Fadden. Gary is 26 and is working for renowned firearm manufacturing company Heckler & Koch, or HK, shortened for German efficiency and also because in America, cock is funny. On the night of February 24th, 1984, he and his fiancée were driving their Ford pickup along Route 50 in Virginia. While they were driving, Gary was cut off by two guys on motorcycles and had to slam on his brakes to avoid an accident. Shortly thereafter, though, Gary noticed a Chevy pickup truck was following them. One of them was hanging out the window of that pickup truck, waving for him to pull over. It wasn't long after that he realized the guy that was waving for him to pull over was brandishing a knife, and the driver a handgun. He turned to his fiancée and said, "We've got a bit of a problem here."
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Which,
Cool.
understatement of the year. In retrospect, it's a little bit like, he's right behind me, isn't he? This is probably a good time to mention that Gary was also armed. In his own truck, he had a 9mm HK VP70Z, and most important to the story, a Ruger AC 556. This is the select fire version of the Ruger Mini 14. And yes, you probably recognize it as the A-Team gun. I pity the fool who fucks with Gary while he's holding one of these, but that's exactly what happened. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, if you ask anybody who works at a gun company, they'll tell you you'll probably end up with a safe full of guns, some from your company, and others just because you're autistic.
He does have them on his ceiling now.
Gary purchased his Ruger AC 556 as a transferable machine gun. And since these events transpired in 1984, that means the 1986 Hughes Amendment had not passed, meaning pretty much all machine guns were transferable at this point. To buy a machine gun was literally just the price of a tax stamp away. As no different than buying an SBR or a suppressor or whatever. Or at least the way it was before the big beautiful bill took the NFA tax stamp down from $200 to $0, which really makes you wonder why it's even considered constitutional to have the NFA. I mean, the only reason they deemed it constitutional in 1934 is because the Supreme Court decided that Congress wasn't just registering the guns, they were registering the tax. Because Congress has the ability to levy tax, but not regulate the guns. But now that there's no tax, fuck it. Different time. Anyhow, adjusted for inflation, that $200 tax stamp back in '84 would have been like $650 today. Taking a moment of silence for the US dollar. Anyway, back to the pursuit. When Gary came to a stop at a red light, the two men jumped out of the Chevy and rushed Gary's truck. They tried to rip open his doors, but Gary just floored it through the red light and got away. Dumb and Dumber decided the best thing to do was to jump back into their truck and proceed to continue the chase. Now, let's put yourself in Gary's shoes for a moment. You're jamming the gas pedal to the floor. Your truck will not give you more than 95 miles an hour because it's a shitbox Ford. I own one, I can say that, I have the pass. Your fiancé is in the passenger seat, probably freaking the fuck out because two bikers with guns are chasing you, which, I mean, valid. You have no ability to reach out for help because this is long before everybody had a cell phone, and the gas tank won't last forever. But what you do have is a fully automatic rifle sitting on your dashboard that you have literally never shot before. You know where the safety is and how to load it, but that's about it. And you have zero idea if the selector is set to semi-auto, 3-round burst, or full auto. Once again,
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
if you want a chance to win up to $500 in Bass Pro gift cards, then stay tuned as we thank our sponsor, Trophy Hunter. First, download Trophy Hunter. Second, unlock Arena 4, where you get your first unlock spin. Then you can unlock Arena 7, where you get your second spin. Copy your player ID, and then go spin the wheel over at trophyhunterchallenge.com. I've legit won a couple of Bass Pro gift cards. The biggest one was $100, which will be going towards things. They're giving over $30,000 away in Bass Pro gift cards. 2 hunters, same target, 3 bullets, winner takes all. They have over 20 rifles with real stat differences, and 17 different arenas with different terrains like jungles, forests, deserts, you name it. Download the game and use my code and you can get some extra Beretta bullets. And again, unlock Arenas 4 and 7.
Okay, for the chance to win actual Bass Pro Shops cards, genuinely tempting.
To get 2 free spins. Every spin wins something. This giveaway ends June 30th, so download today and let me know what you won. And of course, before we get back to Gary Fadden, as always, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Sonoran Desert Institute for being a friend of the channel. If you want to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology and you're not sure where to turn, maybe consider checking out sdi.edu using the links down in the description and in the pinned comment. Now, obviously, using a weapon and lethal force for self-defense is a last resort. But at this point, Gary had been trying to flee for 17 miles, running stoplights, desperately trying to get away from his armed attackers. He also couldn't find a single police officer he could flag down, and again, this is before the age of the cell phone. They finally rounded a corner to Chantilly Road, and the HK factory where Gary worked. He decided quickly that he could use a security card to get through the security gate at the facility, and then from there try to find a phone where he could call the police for help. This plan fell apart instantly. While the security gate took its sweet-ass time to open, the pursuers in the Chevy caught up. One of the men in the truck jumped out and began to approach Gary on foot. At this point, it was abundantly clear that Gary was not going to find a phone in time. This was probably going to be a fight. So he did the only thing there was left for him to do. Gary grabbed the Ruger AC-556 and told his fiancée to get down on the floorboards of the truck. He threw open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Visibly holding the rifle, he shouted, "Stop or I'll shoot." I think it's also important to note at this point, Gary's a 6'8" man holding the fucking Mr. T gun. One would think this might cause someone to pause and reconsider their choices.
And the
No, I'm not going to say what I was going to say about the bikers. Continuing.
Now, just a reminder from the sources that we read, Gary had never fired this gun before. Which of the fire selector settings is it on? Semi? Full auto? What's the rate of fire like? How's the recoil impulse? These are all things he doesn't know. He's going in completely blind. All he knows at this point is that that rifle is the best chance he has at keeping him and his fiancée safe. He decided to point the muzzle upward and fire a warning shot. This is also the moment he found out exactly what selector position it was in. The rifle was set to full auto and it popped off 9 rounds in one burst. Shockingly unfazed, this dickhead kept closing the distance, a knife in each hand. He then shouted,
Yeah, generally speaking, if you're facing a machine gun and the guy's giving you a warning, that is the point where you decide, no, there are better things to do.
"Fuck you and your high-powered rifle, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker." Darwin Award. At this point, Gary gets a sight picture on his assailant, squeezes the trigger, and stitches him with a 6-round burst. This string of fire instantly kills the man we would later learn was Billy Too Loose Hamilton, a biker whose toxicology report would later indicate he had a BAC of 0.19 at the time.
Oh,
For
boy.
reference, in the United States, the legal limit before you are too intoxicated to drive is 0.08. But all 6 rounds struck him, one of them even blowing out a piece of his spine after his body twisted once the initial rounds impacted. So it is completely accurate to say that a man named Too Loose came after another man who then proceeded to blow his back out.
No!
See, this is why I could never be a reporter. Now, instead of attempting to retreat at this point, the driver of the Chevy instead decided to run him over. Gary then dived behind cover to escape being, hit by a fucking truck. The pickup then stopped, and the driver then screamed, "Fuck you. You killed one of our brothers. You shot him, motherfucker." Undoubtedly deep in fight-or-flight mode by this point, Gary once again leveled his Ruger AC-556, got a sight picture on his assailant, but before he squeezed the trigger, he noticed the man turned away in an effort to go hide his handgun back in his truck. This is when Gary noticed the lights and sirens. The police had finally arrived, and now it was up to them to figure out
what the hell happened here.
They learned that the driver was another biker that went by the name of Papa Zoot. Officers found 2 loaded handguns in the truck, one of them being a .357 revolver. Here's the catch on that. That .357 Magnum revolver had 3 live rounds and 3 empty casings still in the cylinder. There was a spent pile of brass in the truck and an open bag of ammunition on the seat, all seeming to point to the fact that the bikers were shooting at him. Now, Gary claims he never heard any of the shots, but I think the evidence speaks for itself. Now, with all the details,
This is not the incident that I thought it was, or the incident that I heard of was this, but told very differently. But we all know that the prosecutor does not care that he was being shot at.
Details, this seems like an open-shut self-defense case, but that didn't stop Gary from being arrested that night and charged with first-degree murder. His family did raise $60,000 in bail money. Gary hired Jerry Traynor, a well-respected DC area attorney. Traynor could see this case for what it was, a self-defense shooting. But while it was self-defense, there was no legal precedent for a case like this. It was clear that by the letter of the law, Gary had acted in self-defense, but what would a jury think? Out the gate, Traynor was able to get the charges reduced down to second-degree murder, and they proceeded then to trial. Now, this was no ordinary trial. I mean, this got very high profile very quickly, as you can imagine. The courthouse even made all in attendance go through a metal detector, which is pretty unusual, especially for 1984. The Fairfax County Sheriff had it on good authority that there were going to be some planned disruptions, and one prosecution witness even testified that Fadden would be shot if he walked out of that courtroom. Papa Zoot, you remember the other biker, even swore a blood oath that he was going to kill Gary. He even picked up a shiny new .30-06 to try to do the job. And partially due to this media frenzy, the prosecution smelled blood in the water. Initially, Gary was vilified by the prosecution for shooting him in the back. The press, of course, not only picked up on this point, but the fact that Gary used a fully automatic weapon. It's reported that the prosecution was waving the AC-556 all over the courtroom, much like the prosecutor from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. It was clear that the prosecution's primary legal strategy was not the facts of the case, but instead the fact that Gary had used a machine gun to defend himself. Immediately after the prosecution was done flagging the courtroom, the judge then stepped in and reminded the jury that the type of weapon used does not affect the validity of a self-defense claim, which is both legally accurate and based. Traynor claimed that Gary was a trustworthy and law-abiding member of the community who was terrorized by the two bikers. He characterized Papa Zoot and Toulouse as long-haired, bearded bikers that were prone to violence. And if I could just jump in for a moment, I believe this claim is heavily supported by the fact that they decided to chase a man and his fiancée 17 miles while firing guns at them, all while fucking hammered.
Not a great plan.
Anyhow, he argued that Gary had acted in self-defense to, quote, an act of terrorism comparable to anything you've seen in the movies or on TV. Gary's attorney Traynor then produced two expert witnesses that can actually talk about self-defense shootings because, frankly, they had been there and done that. John Farnham and Massad Ayub were two of the leading firearm training experts of their day. This would be like if Travis Haley was called to testify in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. But Farnham and Ayub never got a chance to testify because they didn't have to. The prosecution was doing such a flawless job of fucking up their own case that Traynor decided that they didn't even need to appear. The prosecution also apparently correctly identified how bad they were fucking it up. They even got desperate enough that they offered to drop Gary's charge down to manslaughter. Gary told them to get fucked. It's not a direct quote, but hey, creative licenses. When it came time for the jury to find a verdict, the judge told them that Gary should be found innocent if they believed that the bikers, and I quote, intended and endeavored to take his life and do him great bodily harm. The judge elaborated that in such a case, Gary would have, quote, a right to stand his own ground, repel force with force, and if need be, slot motherfuckers. Okay, that last part's not the quote. Kill his adversary to save his own life. The verdict.
I like this judge.
The jury found that Gary was acting in self-defense. So despite all the media and political circus around this case, Gary was free. The prosecution began absolutely crashing out, even screaming at the judge, "You let a murderer loose." Very professional behavior. I'm shocked they didn't win. Justice for Toulouse. It had, however, been a very expensive trial. The bill for Gary's legal fees totaled.
The Rittenhouse prosecutor was equally unprofessional, if I remember correctly.
Up to $45,000, which is about $140,000 in 2026 inflation funny money. But luckily, Gary didn't have to fight this entirely out of his own pocket, because HK actually stepped up and covered half of all of his legal bills. It's up to you to decide whether HK did this because it was the right thing to do and they were protecting other guys, or if it's because Gary was an HK employee who basically shot a guy in their driveway. Would HK have done this if Gary had shot a guy with that AC-556 10 feet off the property? Who knows? This is either based HK or cover your ass HK. But either way, they did help Gary out. We do know afterwards, however, there was some drama at HK. In fact, the HK USA CEO was told by a VP, quote, "It's either him or me," in reference to Gary. Was this over the shooting or not? Who knows, could have just been internal politics. Either way, Gary did end up leaving for a job at Beretta. Also, I just want to make this clear. Obviously, this doesn't reflect on anybody still at HK, as this incident was 40 years ago. It's a safe assumption that anybody that was at a decision-making level at
Unless that VP is still there, then it reflects on them still.
HK has either since died, retired, or is being preserved, Mr. House style, in a bunker beneath the HK factory. However, it's also probably safe to say that HK was probably not thrilled with all the media coverage and everything involved in the case. Turns out there might actually be such a thing as bad publicity. Ask me how I know. In refreshingly good news, Gary actually got his AC-556 back. This sounds reasonable for somebody who was found innocent, but sadly that's not always the case. And getting that particular rifle back was nothing to sneeze at, considering
that happens in a large percentage of self-defense situations.
That a transferable Ruger AC-556 nowadays can sell for upwards of 20 grand. That being said, he later gave that gun to a friend who had supported him during the trial, stood by Gary even through all the media bullshit. When he gave his friend the gun that he had used to defend himself and his fiancée, he had embedded a plaque, a brass plaque in the stock that simply read, "Because you understand." Despite the financial help from HK, it took Gary 8 years to pay off the legal debt. It would be completely understandable for somebody in Gary's position to just be jaded about the entire experience, but not Gary. In regards to the incident, Gary was quoted as saying, "I've cherished every morning I've gotten up because I earned every moment of my life. I fought for it." From what we've been able to find, we believe Gary is still alive and well. We did attempt to contact him for this video just to set a few things straight, but with no success, which is why any personal information we were able to find out about Gary, we omitted from the video for privacy reasons, and I ask you to respect his privacy as well. We have to remember this entire video is about what may well be the worst day of his life. So if you were in the same situation, I'm sure you'd want the option of having your privacy too. Gary, on the off chance you are watching, please feel free to reach out. Especially if I did fuck something up along the way of telling the story. I've been known to do that from time to time. Nobody's perfect. Except Ryan Gosling. But one last important note. I want to take a page out of Gary's book. I own this fully transferable Ruger AC-556, a machine gun that's legal to own for any civilian in the United States, any non-felon who can have an NFA item anyway. Much like Gary gave his to his friend, I think this should belong to one of you, who have also stood by me, also through the media bullshit. I'm in the middle of fighting to get into Congress, and one of the reasons why I'm doing that is so I can continue to protect the Second Amendment against people like the folks that tried to throw Gary in jail for defending his own life. Every $5 you spend toward the campaign is more ammunition in that fight. TV, radio, mailers. But by the end of next month, this gun will belong to one of our donors. Why? Because you understand. As far as facts of the case that were used in this video, we relied heavily on news articles at the time. Article from Masad Ayub himself, who you may remember as being one of the expert witnesses that was about to be used in the trial, forum posts, and so on. So if I got certain details on this case a little wrong, I apologize for that, but we attempted to take all the facts that were out there and compile the most comprehensive telling of this story. Because, and I hope you agree, I feel like this is a story that really needs to be told. Because as Americans, from day one, we've not only fought for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but also for the right to defend those rights. But seriously, let me know if you'd like to see more videos like this. We will be doing a dedicated range video for the Ruger AC-556 because I've got some spicy opinions about this platform, and really the entire family tree of the M14. But as for this gun, let's just say there's definitely a reason that I bought it. Be sure to check to make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any of the fun stuff we've got coming up. So if you have ideas for videos like this, let me know down in the comments, or if you never want to see one again, let me know that too. That's also valuable. I appreciate you watching to the end, and I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next one. Thanks. The prosecution
guaranteed challenge coin, help, and possibly other things. Help Brandon be a donor, possibly get a Mini 14. I have fought to not be in debt this whole year with all the medical stuff going on. And I am seriously looking at being told, nope, I'm going into debt one way or another. Taking the shot here at the literal last second would almost guarantee it. I said, devil comes in, please before I was just having a whole theological discussion about this stuff. Oh my gosh. I even bumped up the monthly meds request, and that's not even close to what I'm looking at. If anyone's curious, the medicine they're talking about starting me on, which will be a for the rest of my life thing, will be Xolair, which I am not looking forward to paying for. I already got one rejection letter, but we're appealing it right now. So, while I sit here and fight over it, the next AC556 video, which is not going to help me with the temptation.
Do you like Starship Troopers?
Yes.
The A-Team. No, the old one. Jurassic Park Dominion. Just kidding, nobody fucking liked that movie. Legally defending yourself with a machine gun. Or maybe you just like wood. What ties all these things together? Believe it or not, the Ruger AC556. And if you don't know anything about it, well, the only thing you need to know is that it's, well.
It's a machine gun! Come on, Brandon.
There you go.
I mean, it's not an AK, but it's related. All right, that's pretty fucking cool. On a real note though, like, how the fuck did Papa Zoot not go to prison, but Dugan Ashley's still in jail? Fuck's up with that? So this right here is the Ruger AC556, or as you may know the platform a little better, the Mini 14. It is a 5.56 variant designed to be similar to the M14 family of rifles, and saw extensive military service in Hollywood. The military usage it saw was honestly pretty limited, but it did get used by some police and correctional forces, most notably the French National Police and Bermuda.
Related? So, here's how it's related. He'll probably explain it, given he mentioned it, but so the Mini 14 is a scaled down M14, which is itself a magazine fed, kind of, sort of, maybe improved version of the M1 Garand. The AK is an M1 Garand clone, and they just flip the the operation mechanism upside down. And of course chambered it in their own Russian ammunition. But the AK is just an M1 clone with a handful of small modifications.
And correctional forces, most notably the French National Police and Bermuda. Now, if you've been watching the channel, you might remember this was the weapon that was used in the Gary Fadden shooting. That one time an American citizen used a fully automatic transferable machine gun in self-defense. If you haven't seen the video, it's right up there. I think it's a really cool story. I think it's a part of American history, especially as it relates to firearms that doesn't get talked about very often. And we have an update. I'll talk about this a little later, but Gary Fadden himself actually reached out about the video. We had an amazing conversation, but spoilers, let's talk about the gun first.
We can't get a hold of him, but he watches the channel, so.
We had an amazing conversation, but spoilers, let's talk about the gun first.
Let me show you a few of its features.
So first off, we're going...
Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Shout out to the slingshot master himself.
Spoilers, let's talk about the gun first.
Let me show you a few of its features.
So first off, we're going to take our magazine out. It's a typical, rock and lock style magazine. So we have our magazine release here in the back. We just rock it forward, sure the gun is clear. Great time to point out our charging handle is right here on the right side. Pull it back, let her go. As you can see, it has a last round bolt hold open. We pull this out. All we have to do is run the bolt, goes back forward. If you wanted to manually stop the bolt, all you have to do, hit this little pin here when the bolt is in the rear, and it locks to the rear. Safety is right here. You just put your finger in the trigger guard and pop that sucker forward, and then you are ready to fire. Kidding, but well, yes. As far as the fire selector goes, we have our position in semi-auto right here. We've got this little plunger that we push down that we can then move to 3 different positions. So up top, we're in semi. In the middle at the 45-degree angle, we're in burst. And then down at the bottom, we're in yeehaw. Casual, I warned you, yeehaw NASCAR. As for the sights, we have a peephole rear sight here with a blade front sight here. This variant, in my opinion...
I do not understand... Okay, for civilians, I understand the peephole. But this is based on a military rifle, which also has the peephole. And I do not understand. Well, I understand, but I do not like. You see, the peephole reduces your peripheral vision, but it does force you to focus your eye more, theoretically, giving you a little bit better ranged accuracy. However, for your average soldier, that peripheral vision is really important for knowing what's going on and not being so focused on what you're shooting that someone comes up where you're not seeing and shoots you. The military still focuses very heavily on the idea of long-range accuracy. Soldiers shouldn't waste a lot of ammunition, yada, yada, yada. This is why they picked the SIG as the new rifle. I think that your average rifleman would be better served with good old-fashioned front and rear posts so that they can maintain a little bit better situational awareness of what's going on. And I've talked to multiple soldiers who agree.
The sexiest variant has a folding stock. You just press this pin in the rear back, this little button, and it folds in. Then you push the stock in like so, and there's a hole on the side of the stock that this little pin fits through, and it loops around and kind of grabs onto that pin so it retains it back like so. Then to extend it, you just pop that off, pull it out, and you're ready to get back to biznav.
How many Americans do you think are experiencing some form of debt? If your answer is millions, you'd be correct. A lot of people experiencing calls and bills piling up monthly. Medical bills, student loans, credit card debt. And the current system isn't exactly built to help you get out of it. It's there for the banks. The good news is you can fight back. PDS debt has helped hundreds of thousands get out of debt faster. And by paying off that debt, you can put that money right where it belongs, back in your pocket. Whether it's medical bills, credit card debt, personal loans, PDS Debt has a personalized solution just for you. No minimum credit score required, an A+ rating from the Better.
The multiple field modified M1 Garands and Johnson rifles clipped to make them open sights at the rear. See? Oh my gosh. Thank you. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, so many. Though again, I've spoken to a bunch of soldiers. Many of them are friends. Some of them are just someone who I know that or ran into that I decided to ask the question to, who all agree. I have yet to run into an enlisted level soldier or a field level officer who thinks the peephole's better. But yes, all the Garands and Johnsons that were just, nope, I don't like that. Holy crap.
Better Business Bureau, and thousands of 5-star
Could be
reviews.
helpful.
So start taking back control
Up to
in
us,
as
very
little as
helpful.
30 seconds. You can get your free 30-day debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/BH. That's pdsdebt.com/BH. pdsdebt.com/BH. We greatly appreciate PDS Debt for being the sponsor. And as always, we'd like to thank the Sonoran Desert Institute. If you've ever wanted to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology, but you're just not sure where to look, consider checking out sdi.edu using the links down in the description and in the pinned comment.
Now, on the full 18.5-inch versions, they typically did have a bayonet lug based, and the flash hider also doubled as a 22mm grenade spigot. Now, the manual says this is for tear gas and smoke grenades, implying police usage. Just pointing out that 22mm NATO lethal rifle grenades should also fit. Knowing is half the battle. ADD break. Today, in honor of the rifle, we're going to be taking out 2 Echelon cans. That just feels fitting. This particular flavor is grape citrus, which I have a fundamental problem with. It's an amazing flavor. However, I feel like it needs to be named Purple Drank. I feel like we just left that opportunity right there on the table. I don't know why.
It's
So if you don't
your
mind helping me
company.
out, go over to Echelon's social media and tell them to rename the grape flavor to Purple Drank, because fucking obviously. Anyhow, let's get shooting. Firing in 3, 2, 1. That's my person, I don't know you.
I mean,
A little bit of a gangbang there.
oh.
Right back at it. Hey, HK, we need to talk. Now, this weapon system was developed in the late 60s and early 70s by Bill the Hard R. Ruger and none other than Jim Sullivan, who you may remember from other work.
The godfather of the AR-15.
And while it shares a lot of aesthetics and, of course, a very close naming similarity to the M14, if you want to really understand its lineage, you really first must understand the M1 carbine. Hey, look, a gun. This is the M1 carbine. I mean, technically, this one's an M2 carbine because
It's a machine gun!
this is a weapon system that saw a lot of service,
Also,
specifically in World War II, largely in the Pacific theater, but even after that through Korea and so on and so forth. Chambered in none other than .30 carbine, this is one of the first examples where the US military kind of went to a smaller caliber for the purpose of interchangeable, high-capacity magazines, but also the idea of having lightweight that you can carry a lot more ammo with and have faster target reacquisition after fire because of the lower recoil. Now, the gas...
For comparison, I knew I saw that. The alternative round at the time is the 30-06. And these are 30-06 magazines, in this case taped together for more ammo and quicker reloading. Love to see it. But you can see those magazines are very long because 30-06 is a massive cartridge.
Gas system on the Mini 14 actually bears much more similarity to the M1 carbine itself. The M14 is kind of like, I don't know, the stepdad of the Mini 14. Really, its genealogical heritage, I would say, is much more in line with the M1 carbine. The M1 carbine just has its own fucking cool history.
I actually don't know what the difference is between the carbine and the Garand as far as their operation goes compared to each other in the M14.
Carbine Williams, hold on. I will do a video on this one day, especially since this is just it's such a cool gun. Anyhow, the lessons about higher magazine capacity, interchangeable magazines, as well as lighter weight were learned by the ancestor of the M1 carbine. Hey look, a gun. The M1 Garand. That's hot. The M1 Garand, known as the infantry combat weapon that was used by America during World War II, chambered in the amazing 30-06 with a gas system that bleeds off gas from the barrel, actuates a long stroke gas piston, running the bolt, ejecting the round, loading another round from the clip, rinse and repeat until you have made it up the beach. This gun really...
And unlike a lot of other guns, this one actually uses a clip. The clip sits in the magazine, but it uses a clip.
did pioneer a lot for weapons development throughout the 20th century. One of them being, again, the long stroke gas piston with a rotating 2-lug bolt. We've talked about the etymology of this before, but realistically, the Garand is an upside down AK, or more realistically, the AK is an upside down Garand. So this iconic American weapon spawned, hey look, a gun! The AK as we know it, sharing the same long stroke gas piston, this time running through the top of the firearm, and a 2-lug rotating bolt, this time working off of a detachable magazine. There's nothing new under the sun, time is a flat circle.
This place is like somebody's memory of a
gun. So all this brings us back to, hey look, a gun. The AC556 or the Mini 14. There's actually another variant of this called the Mini 30, which is in 7.62x39. So basically, Kalashnikov took the M1 Garand, turned it into a 7.62x39 assault rifle, just for the Americans to then take the Garand and evolve it over the course of time to become a 7.62x39 assault rifle, making them kind of inbred cousins. Like Kaiser Wilhelm and King George. Except these ones, thankfully, never fought each other. All right, so here we have the Ruger Mini 14, the semi-auto version, if I can get that, there you go. This is the lame gay semi-auto version of the Ruger 8.
Why does the bigger gun, the bigger version of it, look smaller? Because that is a full wood stock and a full-length barrel. But it just looks like a smaller gun.
AC556, not to insinuate that there's necessarily something wrong with being gay, just to insinuate that if you own a semi-auto Mini 14.
No, I mean, this looks smaller than the Mini 14. Even though they're the same gun, but the Mini 14 has a shorter barrel and that folding stock.
14, you are probably gay. Not saying that's a bad thing necessarily, I just mean that if you own a semi-auto Mini 14, you might want to start doing some self-reflection. It's 2026. You can admit to owning I can't even fucking finish that. Anyway, so full-length semi-auto Mini 14. Yeah, it's kind of fun. So full-length, non-SBR and semi-automatic, compared to the Ruger AC556, definitely chopped, but it is also newer production, so it is not quite chopped and unk. I don't know, Gen Alpha's gonna be the death of us. 6.7 Fortnite.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Now, just as a quick aside, one place you might know this gun from.
See, look, it's the same gun with less on it, and it looks bigger.
Have never recognized it, is actually from the film Starship Troopers. Hey look, a gun! This one's a little lighter than the others. Yeah, if you noticed up in the corner with all of the rest of my like Hollywood stuff and just stuff I've collected, this is a Merida assault rifle from the film Starship Troopers. This is an actual screen-used prop. I've got the paperwork for it and everything, but unfortunately, it is rubber. So is this a real gun from the movie? Yes and no. This was screen used in the film, but it's not a functioning weapon, meaning it is Alec Baldwin safe. I am still trying to get my hands on an original Merida, firing Merida, because I would love to fucking have one. If anybody's got a lead on one of those, I would fucking call me. But yes, while the sci-fi chassis is, whatever the prop department decided to use, the original functioning part of the weapon was a Mini 14 or a Ruger AC556. And it is abundantly clear if you look at any of the slow motion or close-up shots.
I have never,
anyway, back to a gun you can
knew
fire.
that, I never
Glance,
realized that.
Catch. Now you might recall a couple weeks ago we did a video where a gentleman using an AC556 in full auto defended him and his fiance in a self-defense shooting. But since then I was fortunate enough to have the actual Gary Fadden, the gentleman involved in the shooting, reach out to us. Had a great phone call, he's an awesome guy, and he was very complimentary of the video. He said it's probably one of the most comprehensive and accurate accountings of the situation that he's ever seen, which is why he then reached out. And there were a couple of things that he did want to clarify, so I would feel remiss if I did not include them in this video. One, the actual shooting itself, where he fired off the lethal burst that ended the life of his attacker, he did not use the sights, he point shot within about 20 to 25 feet. All 6 rounds hit their target. The other is apparently the CEO then at the time of HK Germany was upset that an HK employee defended himself with a machine gun that was not an HK. The question then was, why did you not use an HK to defend yourself? And his answer was, well, you guys didn't give me one. HK's response was, well, what do you want? He said from that day forward, he carried around an MP5 SD.
I thought he was gonna do his usual joke. They gave him a what?
He said from that day forward, he carried around an MP5 SD. Another thing.
Oh my gosh. That is awesome. Okay, I give HK a lot of flack. That is really cool. That is unbelievably cool.
Thing that was very funny to me. In the video, I was talking about how the prosecution was just massively fucking it up. Like, the prosecution was just incredibly incompetent throughout this entire case. And so at the very end, when it was very clear that Gary was going to get off without any sort of prison time, the prosecution came forward with a plea deal. Basically, instead of murder, he was going to get off in, like, I think it was 2 years for manslaughter, just as a Hail Mary to try to get a conviction out of him. I made a joke and said, Gary told the prosecution to go fuck themselves. Gary was very confused as to how I knew this information because, like the absolute Chad he is, apparently that's about verbatim what he told the prosecution.
That is also cool.
The last thing, which I wish I didn't have to talk about, but I feel it's important, and Gary wanted me to correct the record. HK at the time did help him with his legal bills, which I thought was really cool until he told me the full story, which was that he had an issue with another employee that was brought on board in the company. Apparently they butted heads for some very interesting reasons. Gary was not a fan of this new guy that was taking over. Eventually he was brought in by management and they said, look, it's either going to be you or this guy, and we don't think it's going to be this guy. Gary then resigned, to which the then head of HK USA freaked out and told him to pay back all of the legal assistance they gave him during the trial with interest. So at the end of the day, Gary did pay for his legal defense out of his own pocket. Now, this is not a slight on current HK USA. As 40 years later, I'm sure none of the people in management were the people that were responsible back in the day. But Gary...
Have you seen how many old people refuse to give up their high-paying jobs? Look at Congress.
Gary felt it was important that I share that with you, so I am. There's also a cool tidbit I want to show you. I'm not throwing this one. In fact, he actually sent a letter, which I will share with you now. Dear Mr. Herrera, I truly appreciate what you've accomplished in setting the record straight regarding the incident I had in February of 1984, and you did so with style, too. Thank you, Gary. Brandon, enclosed is my Gerber Mark II that I had with me on that day. If you look closely, you can still make out the evidence marks on the sheath right beneath where the knife enters it. After 42 years, they're fading away, but it's still there. You'll notice that the sheath is a bit unusual. It was made for me by an old-fashioned cobbler in 1981 to my specifications as a minimalist design I wanted. Still think it's a great design, too. I kept the Mark II all these years, carried it once in a while, but mostly I just looked at it. I hope you enjoy it as well. I looked for the Form 4 on the AC-556 that I said I'd send you. Sadly, I soon realized that I had destroyed it a number of years ago. Take care of yourself, and I wish you all the success in your run for Congress. Please keep in touch. Respectfully, Gary Fadden. This will 1000% be getting shadowboxed in the shop. This is the last bit, and it makes me feel like a jackass. I thought it was the variant that had the cool folding stock, because this is the variant I always thought looked really neat. Hey, look, a gun. It was the full Woodstock version. So after all the mad shit I talked in the video, this was the actual one that he used successfully to defend the life of himself and his loved one. And not to spoil the video if you haven't seen it already, but after he got the gun back after the trial, years down the road, he ended up giving that transferable machine gun away to a friend of his who stood by him through all the media bullshit and political debacle that came with that court case. When he gave him that gun, because I had to ask, I had never seen a picture of it anywhere, Gary told me that the plaque was about halfway up the stock. The little brass plaque that was dedicated to his friend that said, "Because you understand." And as you may remember, This is the gun that will be given away to one of our campaign donors, honestly, for exactly the same reason. We're going into a political fistfight and we need all the ammunition we can get. We've already taken Tony Gonzalez, a total scumbag, out of office, but if we don't win in November, it's all for naught. And you, as my audience, have stood by me through thick and thin, through all the media bullshit, the political bullshit that's come with this. And so I thought it only fair that one of you have this for the same reason. Because you understand. And because I got it wrong, I will also be sweetening the pot and adding a set of wood furniture as well. So the links will be in the description in the pinned comment for BrandonHerreraForCongress.com. Legitimately, everything helps. I think we actually set a record for number of small dollar donors in a congressional primary. I don't have the backing of all the mega donors, the big DC money, and the super PACs that come with typically selling your soul. So to win this race, I'm relying on the same people that I always have, which is you guys. So for all of our campaign giveaways that we've done, it's been $5 is one entry, $10 is two, 20 entries is $100, and so on and so forth. So $5 per entry. Considering transferable machine guns like this can go for upward of $20,000,
That's a great price.
we've worked ourselves to the absolute bone on this campaign, and we've gotten way farther than anybody else.
Look at how much.
We've worked ourselves to the absolute.
Look how much he hates having to stand there and support him. Suck it.
Bone on this campaign, and we've gotten way farther than anybody else thought we ever could. And that's all because of you guys. So once again, thank you. I legitimately couldn't be here without you. Once again, links are down below, BrandonHerreraForCongress.com. Anyway, Mag dump. This thing's cool. Anyway, back to you, me. Thanks, me. We're doing much better here in the future. Anyway, guys, this is the video on the AC556. Honestly, I didn't really know a whole lot about these guns going into it, but the more I've learned about it, the more I actually respect them. There's a rich history to it, and now it's going to be kind of a shame to watch this go, but it's to a good cause. Anyhow, I hope you guys learned something in this video. I appreciate you watching all the way to the end, and I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers next time.
Fuel is my obsession to make the perfect weapon, like Rasputin's rise to the top. Je can't stop.
Liver enzyme test.
Okay. Oh man, he is making this so difficult. Oh my gosh. I want to so bad. But finances. It's like, yeah. Stretch. Because it's been one of those days. And want. That is a neat gun. That is a very neat gun. Of course, of course. Well, we're going to take a short break, then we'll be moving to Any Wars. See you guys in a couple minutes. I return. And let me see if I can do something quick. I have to get rid of this. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Okay. Now this isn't going to work because I need to restart the computer to do it. Darn it. So Windows has gotten super duper aggressive with their activate windows. Annoyingly aggressive with this. Like, even when you now go in and hack the main properties to say reset it by 30 days, it will come back in minutes. Because I reset this at the beginning of the stream and it still disappeared. I mean, it still reappeared by now. I'm going to be putting this into looking into all the new gaming Linuxes that have been coming out at this point. I can't keep doing this. Up to might like this game more. Up to thought up to would. I would hope so. So this is Annual Wars, Call of the Void. It's like a cross between Advanced Wars and Fire Emblem, but with anime waifus. And we could choose between Blitz, Hellhound, and Nova. And we cannot yet get Yuri apparently, and Wiz and Hydra will need to be unlocked by winning. So Blitz's commander abilities are Bombardment. We always like Bombardment. Rain down thunder on up to 5 enemies, dealing 30 to 40 damage. March, give an allied unit plus 10 initiative, lasts 2 rounds. First Strike, the first allied unit to act in a round gains 30% attack, 15 defense, and triggers retaliation break when attacking. Hellhound. Berserk, all allied units gain plus 20% attack, plus additional 2% attack per percent of missing health for 2 rounds. Terrify, fear an enemy below 80%, making it unable to take action for 1 round. Breaks on damage. And as a passive, Combat Frenzy, units gain plus 20% lifesteal. We may be doing Hellhound first just for the frenzy. Nova! Hack, lower all enemy units initiative by 15 and defense by 12, last 1 round. Glitch, move a unit to an adjacent tile, dealing 15 to 30% damage. Lingering Disruption. When an allied unit uses an ability, adjacent enemies lose 20% attack and 25 ability power, last 1 round. I don't think, well, I do love to strip resources. I don't think that that's how this game works, though. We'll have to see. Moment, I gotta check something. Uh-oh. Well, that's interesting. It shouldn't have captured my mouse to the screen, but it was. I am checking if there's anything I can do about that. Well, I think that we can work around it at least. Alright, who do we want to fight? Blitz or Nova? Let's go with Blitz. And she smokes cigars, of course. Oh wow, to think they stationed Blitz here, lucky me. I'm gonna enjoy this. Ah, you trespassing beast, turn back or be annihilated. I'm gonna crush that tiny base of yours to dust, and when I get my hands on you, yeah, good luck with that. Now, no, this is a roguelike. So, M. Bison, of course. This is a roguelike, so, you know, things get a little interesting as we go. So, choose a stratagem. Emergency medkit, heal an allied unit. Flash artillery, hit an enemy unit. Energize, gain 10 energy. Heal. Gotta keep our units alive. Okay, so no difference between units. Okay, jitters always want to move before we attack. Music reminds me of Haiti. Artillery system shoots artillery fire at an enemy every round, dealing 40 damage. This is why it's Fire Emblem-like. We only have the units we have. We do not build units. Units take directional damage and deal less damage if they're low health. Front 75%, side 100%, back under 25%. Units attack the melee range will retaliate. Units gain 1 retaliation per round. Items and abilities can negate and consume target's retaliation through retaliation break. Hold shift to display enemy unit movement and attack range. To end a unit's turn, press space. Every unit has a unique active and passive ability. Press tab on them to show their information. Allied units generate 5 energy on each turn start. This energy can be consumed to use their respective abilities by pressing 1. Consumables can be used by pressing 2 and count as bonus actions. Every commander has a major ability, minor ability, and passive. Commander abilities have a cooldown that charges every unit turn. Stratagems function as bonus commander abilities, but have limited uses and do not scale with commander ability power. Use a commander ability, either access them through the commander screen or the side icons. Gonna get to that before I can. Can't use grabber. Why do you suddenly have more? Why are you suddenly faster than I am? My initiative, oh, your initiative's now higher. Oh, okay. Because you have an ability, that's why. Oh, that's gonna suck. Allies gain plus 10% attack, 10% defense. Well... You know what? Okay, not through the rocks. Low roll. Right, I need to do something about that fast. Or they're just gonna kill me. Though, admittedly, I can also do some devastating damage real quick. Thank you for not shooting her. Actually... I want to go for the loot chest, so we're gonna ignore the last lady and eliminate that threat. Now I can afford to just surround and destroy. This absolutely uses Haiti noises. Why not? Have a rock. Proximity shield, gain 50 shield for each adjacent unit. Pirate's Tricorn, okay. 15% attack, 3 in cosplay. Vertex, junk. Cosplay. Uh-oh. Milk. Okay, Finger Ring Claw. Minus 20 commander ability power, holy crap, but improves unit attack and defense. Gold Watch, plus 1 cooldown reduction, like that, 15% income. Sportswear, plus unit HP and initiative. Cool. And you found explosive rounds for base attack and splash damage. You found tactical goggles for attack and initiative. Let you keep the explosive rounds. These two are slow, so let's give them each the initiative boosting abilities. You know what? Let's do that and that, because you are squishy. Oh, you didn't get your health pack back. You are the most likely person, I think, still to get killed, so give you the health pack and give you the rock. Oh, this is just a tiny contained little area, isn't it? So is this gonna immediately give her a bunch of shield? Apparently not. There's no undo button for this, is there? Advanced Wars, he can undo. Darn it. I heal, but I don't do a lot of damage. Wait. Can I do a back attack? I can, and it does more damage. Kill, kill, kill. Not a high enough roll. But that did just eliminate her anyways. No, I didn't mean to. Okay. Yay health. Yay kill. Okay, so that was just a really quick fight. Rope? What kind of freaking choice this? Type an enemy unit, they lose all movement and initiative for a round. Butter knife, 5% attack. Really? At least it's made of silver. Chainmail vest, 10 defense, bit old school, no? Sneakers, +1 movement, they look so good you almost feel bad for wearing them. Commander item. Vertec lenses, +20 unit ability power. Does have an AR HUD that helps with strategizing. Thankfully these ones don't play ads yet. Goody. Palkini, +15 unit hit points. Book of Defense, +5 defense. I don't know that these are... Okay. You need to continue to be our mobility character. Both have the same defense. Could give you the attack buff. Now same attack. That might be better than the rock for now. And you now have the best defense, so someone else... let's give the next highest... There. Since you have the high initiative, you're most likely to get hit. Let's do that. No, you go back there. Can you run up there and just get her before... she can link up with the rest? What? You can just do that? Oh, I'm not gonna like you. Why the heck did she get to move again immediately? Oh man, this is gonna suck. Well, it's a roguelike for a reason. We had 2 easy battles. And I have no way. Because she pulls. Oh my gosh. But she can pull into holes. So we do have a one-shot kill off of the... Oh. We had a one-shot kill off of the scrappers. Yeah, we can freeze you. You can outrun them, so you can fall back, grab this item. Well, that's the end of this run. Collect the item, hop. It's not enough to even get another kill. And into the water. No? That is oddly generous of you, even with a guaranteed win. Unlocked heavy boots. Unit is grounded. Oh, that must keep you from getting... Grounded must keep you from getting pushed off. Eight to 3 Katie is not... It's not, but... I mean, this is a roguelike for a reason. You're... We may not finish a map tonight. Which is another reason why I did get Schedule 1 installed while I was AFK. In case we want to do something else, but I will admit... The game certainly is interesting. Flagellation, deal 10 to 15 damage to allied unit and give them 15 attack, 20 ability power. Standby, give an ally 20% attack, 40 ability power, minus 99 initiative. Energize, gain it's the only good option. Now, are these maps going to be the same? If I go here, is this going to be the same thing? No. Okay, so it's the same shape map as the one that we just lost on. But there's a different arrangement. Because this isn't the first map we fought on. Okay. Well, once again, maybe we can isolate the single unit and deal with it first. Okay. You can bunny hop over. Ah. So can I can, which now cut me off. Darn it. I'm gonna have to use your... Well, wait, no, I have lifesteal. It's interesting how it decides what's what. Hello. Welcome. Okay. Don't know if there's a good way to... Oh! Yay, dumb AI! Not yay! Not yay! Darn it! And now I can't possibly get here fast enough. Oh, unless she runs away. And we've already lost one of our 3 units. Vodka, -1 movement, but plus 15 attack and defense. Wizard hat, defense and ability power. Another pirate's hat, dirty sweatband. Okay. Old mirror. I don't want anything with negatives. So, mystery box, gain a random item after a battle. Alright, we don't have a choice. I wanted to save the recruits for later, but we gotta do a recruit. Oh! Yay. So, I can get Roxy back and still afford either a mercenary, a rocket, or another akimbo. Not your rocket? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we now have a slightly larger army. Okay, so you got the initiative, which you need. Give you the initiative again. Oh no, you need the initiative. Okay, we'll give you the high initiative, and we'll give you a hat as a consolation prize. And I guess we give you the ability powers and the survival things. Oh no. Because you're squishy. The Rocket Girl's squishy. Allies gain 30 ability power and an item up there. Okay. So again, let's focus on... Actually, Are we gonna risk this? We might. Oh, you're slow. I wish I could do this stuff, like... Wish I could... I mean, I could rearrange things with the order, but it really would be nice if you could take your turns to do things as you wanted. Okay, do I want to... I'm gonna bunny hop again. Gotta remember to do that every chance I can get. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Because now I can gang up on her. No, I need to get the item. Don't commit suicide yet. Wait, can I just jump to the... I can. Okay, never mind. Go right ahead with what your plan is. Unstable shield generator. Consumable. Gives 20 to 60 shield to a target ally. The punks take any technology they find, deconstruct it, and make it their own. The lack of regulations allow for quick and chaotic innovation, varying wildly in effectiveness. Pleasant perfume. On turn end, adjacent allies gain 15% in attack and 20% ability power. Last one round. All of a sudden, people like being around you more. Wizard wand. Plus 15 ability power. Tattered robes. Plus 10 ability power. Oh my gosh. We got the Kalkini again. Cattail. Units gain 25% attack when attacking enemies without retaliation. Book of Offense. 8% attack. Cattail. What did you pick up? Plus 15 defense when shield is depleted. Have shield. Gain 20 defense. Last 3 rounds. Okay. You are gonna often be hiding behind enemies. I mean, allies. Where did we pick up the dog tags? Gain 20% attack, 10% defense, and 20 ability power. Again, she's probably the one for that, because we want to. She's our big offense, but we need her to stay alive. And I guess we'll split the ability power between these two for the chains. When Roxy's out, Huh. Probably. Now I don't have any, unless I use this, which I don't want to use yet. There's no point in this. Well, that is an interesting combo strategy. Ah! Another one of you! Alright. Right. I didn't even see what that one does. Ah! Stop it! I was getting plus 10 attack, 10 defense. I don't want to be next to the water, so I can't hop there, and I don't want to go there. I could hop here or here. I will... She could grab her. So she doesn't surround me. Ooh. That boost is quite nice. And now I can do this. Let's see about eliminating her quickly. And I can do... Hold on. Want to do that as soon as I can. So I can do this. Didn't get her close enough for her to move in. Can I attack through? No. So you're just not gonna be able to do anything. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, so both of you are injured. I can freeze one of these two, though. Rather than heal her, I'm just gonna fall back. That's a possible kill. That's a definite kill. Oh! I about had a heart attack when I realized she could move there. Thankfully, I could just remove the problem. Ah! Okay. Can I kill her before the artillery fires again? Yes. Thankfully, got that close. Energy drink, +1 movement, +5 initiative, last 2 rounds. Lamp oil, throw at a unit. The next time they take damage, set them on fire for 30 damage per turn, last 2 rounds. High quality scope, +1 attack range. Ooh. Another tricorn, tattered robes. Enemy passive enabled, first unit to act in a round gains 30 attack, 15 defense, and triggers retaliation break when attacking. Good. What is that? Dainty hat, 3 defense, 10 ability power. Golden seal of... Oh my gosh. Golden seal of approval, gain 50 credits after battles. Old World Family Crest, +4 unit defense, +15 hit points. Gives 1 more defense. That gives hit points, while that gives ability power. The seal statue seems particularly supportive of your efforts. I think raw survivability. Ooh. What was that? Throw at tile, deals 30 to 45 damage in an area and applies poison. Okay. That is a deadly battle that I don't want to fight. So I guess event. That's a costume. On your travels, the strange jester appears behind you. How the hell did she get past your squad? About to neutralize the threat until she started talking, or rather, screaming. You look like you're loaded. Isn't it time to take a break from this war nonsense and do what you really want? Gamble with me? Today we'll be rolling dice! You'll get to roll them 3 times, each costing 50 credits. That's most of my money! You roll the dice. They land on a 3 and a 1. Oof, unlucky you, and lucky me. Come, roll again. You roll the dice. They land 5 and a 2. Come on! Fine. It's enough dice for you to enjoy your time game with me. Lots more games planned. Don't worry. Yeah. So, I now have no money for the shop, so we're gonna have to do more fights. Now I have 2 of those. So, I wonder... Could we set those 2 up with relatively even? As the squishies, give these 2 the ranged ability. I have yet to use your ability because it's so expensive. You, however... I'm going to keep the health as our consumables, though. Oh, boy. Ability power. Heal each turn. And they get to start with a heal. Good grief. I don't want them to have that, but, well... Right, because you now have the ranged bonus. Of course. Don't! Ah! I hate her! Alright, we're just going to get away from her for now. See if we can just eliminate the rest of her forces. Okay, that made her mad. Okay, make one of these. Oh, come on! That's a free kill. Okay. That's another free kill, but leaves her in range. Ooh. Take more of that. Oh, right, I can at least back off. I don't want you anywhere near me. Not that I have much of a choice. Oh my gosh, why? I thought you only had a movement of 2. And I don't have a push, I have a darn pull. Okay, so if I want to stand a chance, I have to heal you, but I'm probably screwed. And you do no damage. Can I do enough damage to get her low enough for that? For the freeze at least? Stay away from the edges. Ah. Oh my gosh. Those units suck. Shield generator, 4-day shield to a target. Flashbang to our enemy, stun them. Another robes, another, we'll call it a wizard wand. Protective vest, 20 defense. Silencer, 15 attack against full HP. Pile of gold nuggets, 35% chance to retrieve a gold nugget after completing a battle. Bunny tail, 4 defense and 10% credit income. Another random item. Banned in some regions. Okay. And there's so much more expense. I can only get one. Sorry, Pyra. Roxy not only has been a major player, but also has the good gear. And the only thing I could hire is a mercenary. He does at least have some good abilities, but is even squishier. Jackal's cool name. I'm screwed. Her powers imply she should be the first to go. But it's real hard to give up the initiative boost on these two. Or I guess the initiative boost on these two, yeah, because you're just so slow. Well, yeah. And then we're gonna just beef you up. Ooh, I start with an artillery at least. No there's a shield. Can I just hammer her to get her out of the way first this time, since I'm on the inside? Ooh. Okay, we don't want you next to the water. I can't use that yet, but I can get you up there. And I can... Okay, I can't get her in attack range unless I put her next to her, but at least it's not on the water side. Get rid of her quickly. And I can. do almost no damage to her. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's a hard hitter. Okay. There is no one that I can pull into the water. That's at least not next to it. No! Ah! Forgot she has to be next to her for the attack. Oh boy. Desperately trying to get rid of her. And that's why! And gone. Ah! Okay, I have to... I cannot kill her. I have to get out of here first. I can freeze her. And boost my units for a little more survivability. There is just no point. Goody! Ooh! Okay. First. No. Please. Thank you. That eliminates that threat, but now I've got so many other threats. Please focus on the artillery. It's the most damage, but you're also probably the lowest threat level. Ah. Really? He can... Ah. Okay, so there is no... Right, so there's nothing I can do. I am gonna lose her. So this is it. Again. That's it. This is gonna be it for the match. Punk Hood. Plus 15 HP, plus 1 movement range. Unit gets more loot from chests. Well, that would have been nice. Oh, man. Alright, we're going to take a short break, and I think we're going to try a different army. So I will be back in a couple minutes. Again. I may have forgotten to hit be right back. And I did check around, seriously thought about the Brandon Herrera thing, but I just can't. Unfortunately, I am just not in a position to donate to Brandon Herrera, much as I want to. Anyone else who can, though, I encourage you to do so. But yeah, unless a suspiciously wealthy furry wants to put a down payment on my upcoming model, which is already paid for on my end, I am not in position to do anything. $3,000 to $5,000 per month for treatment, fighting with insurance to get it down. I will be in debt forever. Alright, let's try someone else. We have Blitz. And we have Nova. Well, Blitz has been beating the crap out of me, so let's reverse the thing and see what Blitz versus Hellhound on my end does. All this time hiding behind your desk, you come to face me yourself? Good, I've been waiting for this. Ugh. Territory is now under military control. Flee now and your troops will be spared. That's just ironic. You really have nothing else to say? What is there to say? You are a bloodthirsty lunatic. When I explain what happened that day, you wouldn't believe it. Not even my colleagues do. Very well, I hope you'll stay in one piece. I want you all to... Okay. Yeah. Somehow, a piece of my mat has liquefied. I don't know how. Choose a stratagem. Heal, camouflage, advance. No, we always got a stratagem at the beginning. I feel like I need to do the heal, but the extra movement is very good. The map is similar, but not quite the same. Guard an allied unit, +1 retaliation. Retaliation break immunity, and +20 defense last 2 rounds. Ooh. Gain 30% attack when adjacent to an allied unit. Heal a unit. Gain attack bonus. Attack trigger retaliation break while adjacent to an allied unit. And she doesn't even start with any of the scrappers. Alright. Off to a great start. Ooh, but I can. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Man, this game's brutal. Ever so slight damage boost. kill. Get the safety, heal yourself. Right, she's not gonna retaliate. And I can heal. And I can make it so that on the next turn, so I can heal her so she doesn't have a wounded penalty. Item. Forgot about the item. No, sacrifice the item. Get out of here before someone dies. -3 initiative, plus attack and HP. Now there are 2 tails. Plus attack without retaliation. First I acting around gains 20% attack and 30 ability power. And just a flat attack and HP boost. And I think we're just gonna go with the armband. Okay. We're gonna go for the recruit immediately. Oh, it's my turn. I don't even need to look at the others. It is now my turn. I don't want to sacrifice initiative, so we just have ability power and HP, which I guess both go on the medic to keep her alive. No, at least I'm close to... I'm gonna take a risk because it's far away from everything else. Instant kill, I'll take it. Well, even she knows to deal with this very quickly. What was that? That looked interesting. Ow. I want her to move up there so I could just shove her off. Oh, but I don't have that in the turn order. Oh, come on. Oh, the medic can just kill you. Serrated dart. Handgun. Dumbbell. Again. Applies bleed, attack, and applies bleed. Gain a random aid or food item at the end of battle. Cooldown reduction, unit initiative. We like unit initiative. Now, okay, I think that we can. Well, let's see. What are you? Oh my gosh, you again! Squad member heard something suspicious and you all decide to investigate. Is that carnival music? Come one, come all. Let's all enjoy ourselves the thrill of gambling. Are you as excited as I am? On today's menu is the roulette. Jester theatrically stretches her arms towards the wheel. You could acquiesce and spin it, but it may cost you more than you've planned. Roll for punks items, 35% chance, 25 credits per pull. Roll for commander items, 25 credits per pull, 35% success chance. Roll for premium items, 50 credits per pull, 35% chance. Why not? Premium item, of course. Punk's item. Oh. Military and another winner. And one more Punk's item, which is now a loss. We got volatile rounds, plus 15 base attack. Start by taking 10 damage. Goody. Got the dog tags back. Those are good. And a poison weapon. Interesting. Don't want that on you, though. Poison on you. Dog tag on you. Take the risk. Give you bleed. Give you a little more attack. Ignore the dumbbells. Okay, so we're both just gonna immediately have... health regen. And get the health back. And immediately risk losing the health regen. You also boost attack, so we can do this and just do a buff. Oh. No, I didn't mean to hit that! I was trying to check my commander abilities. So close. You can oddly do a decent chunk of damage. There's no one that can push me off. So I could go up here and just heal you. Potentially just eliminate you. That's not good. You're fighting mostly not at all. Let's eliminate. Let's work on eliminating that. And you, before you can start healing. Oh. I meant to heal you. I didn't mean to skip your turn last time. I don't know that I need to heal you though now. Oh, or I can do this. Bombardment. Move you up in the initiative. Though it looks like I'm just gonna kill you outright. Punk cat sticker. If unit has 2 punks items after attacking or using ability, gain movement. 35% attack against full HP units. 5% attack. Pack of cigarettes. Used to gain 30 ability power. Take 15 damage. Last 1 round. Sure, you look cool, but you're not sure if the coughing fits are worth it. And a rock again. Choose a commander item. 25 commander ability power, 10% income. Unit ability power, 35% chance of receiving. So unit ability power. Should have waited till I had more money. Oh! That did me no good. I don't have the money. Alright. I'm gonna fight a battle. I absolutely should have waited for that. You genuinely have a good chance of making use of that, so... Nope. Not using these for the initiative. I can just keep my other items for now. Okay, so this is just a big arena, and I'm not going to have a real good chance of shoving her units off the side unless I don't fight in the center and I keep things to a side, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Heal thyself position. Right, you have annoying range. I'm gonna fall back so you can move up more. Yes. Though you're low enough HP that it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna do that actually. Yeah, you're just gonna be a kill. That someone else can get. Really? Please. Thank you. Not gonna get to push anyone off, I think. Okay. Please. I know, but I need to get her back somehow. Don't die. Flashbang, stun, lasso, pull the unit close. Yeah, come here. Silencer, protective vest, handgun, bone necklace. Okay. Oh my gosh. We got the finger claw. We got a mini teeny. Big commander ability power. Reduced defense. No. Cat ears. On round 1, +1 movement. Oh my gosh. Alright, shot before a tough battle, which we haven't gotten to a tough battle yet, so off to a great start. We have the dog tags again. Actually, what are the negative items we have? Let's eliminate all the things that actually hurt me as I fight. And I don't see a lot of reason for the rock, besides just a little bit of range. So that gives me a little more money to work with. So we have discounts on the scope, punk shark sticker, which is +10 attack. Unit has 2 punks items, gain 35% attack when attacking unit with 50% or lower HP. We have a punk dragon sticker, +10% attack for each tile traveled. We have another wizard hat. 2 scopes, implant O2 dex, +5 initiative, +1 movement range, and dog tag. So I could stack some of these onto the pusher lady and like give her some massive movement and shoving capabilities. So for our breacher, if we give her these punks items, all 3 of these are +10% attack, so that's 30%. And this gains attack when for each tile traveled. Gets bonus when attacking low HP units. And after attacking, gets more movement. And then we could give initiative and more movement. And we could give both of you dog tags for abilities. Scopes for range. Gets a better music loading. And silencers. And the handguns. So that gives them a universal thing, but I don't... It's only 12% attack. That's not great here. Let's go back to giving you the ability to hit and apply negative abilities. So, the only items I can buy are consumables. Oh, but those do look like nice consumables. Because that's, you get 3 bombs in the consumables, and that's you get multiple heals. That's good. So, could I sell these crappy units, these low quality, and get all 3 of these? Oh no, never mind. These don't stack. Darn it. I thought these would be stacked. That's a bit more of a problem. Well, we're gonna get that for the last of our equipment abilities. So, what we're doing is improving her ability to heal and buff, and then keeping her alive and giving her a little more attack is what I think the plan's gonna be. And then everyone gets a med kit to try to not die. And those are probably worth keeping around. So I'm gonna save the last of my cash for now. Alright, we've got one way or another a very difficult battle. Both of these will lead to an option for 3 attacks. If I take the southernmost one, after 1 attack, I can at least get a break with the question mark. And a recruitment option. Because if I go through those 2, I get both a break and a recruitment. I don't know if this gives me access to that, but it's just fighting all the way through. So if I do this, yeah, I open up some options to recover after attack. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so there are relatively close heals. There's an item. You snag the item and go for the heal. You can go for... Ooh, I can get the artillery immediately. Oh, yes. I want to keep you where you're useful, but not in range, since you can't immediately grab something. You can pull people into holes, so we're gonna immediately begin bombarding. But you can be shoved into a hole. And I just don't have to deal with you. Oh, and now she can pull me into a hole. Ah! Well, that was not worth the trade. Nothing about that trade was worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Gotta get rid of you quickly, so we will. I don't know what the point of that was. You can actually kill her, which is nice. Oh my gosh. Give me a turn! Give me more turns! What's going... Not enough to kill her. You are a problem. Okay. Alright, so you are having a bad day. Woo! Now you're having a good day. Right, you do the run-through thing, don't you? You can't get an angle on us here. I can buff her. You're really gonna pout over that? Grab this item and eliminate your healing. I want the item, but I can't risk. Ah, that doesn't give me range, does it? I can at least get away. I'm gonna be greedy. I need... I got a ton of items, and you know what? That was not worth sacrificing the breacher. Med kit, lamp oil, set them on fire when I hit attack. Cool. Tactical goggles, attack initiative, another scope, another silencer, pirate's cutlass, and a proximity shield, and a ton of cash. Oh my gosh. Unit HP and initiative, HP, commander ability power, HP and initiative. Camouflage, give a unit stealth. Okay. I can possibly get a unit back with this. Yep, because... Okay. Revive at a recruitment zone. So you acquired hollow points. Apply... Okay, so... That's better than the knife, so we can... +3 initiative, +22 ability power. We can put you down here. We can give you poison and bleed. Give you ranged attack. Give you initiative and attack. Okay, it is worth letting them have that to try to get the turn by turn. I can risk it and go for both. There's no one to push or pull me off the edge this time. Of course. You have range. You can't retaliate. I forgot to give you a replacement item. And she's gone. So I can have you hide and move you up on the initiative. Now, rather than have you attack, if you're stealthed, let's do that. Right, you can fall back. Ah, and there goes her stealth. But she's mostly out of range. buffer and healer. And they're just gonna keep ganging up on her. Retaliate! You have the range! I'll take the one-hit KO. Oh, you're marked. We can do this. And we can take a shot and just eliminate you as a problem. Of course. Ooh, she hit her own girl. I don't know why you didn't go for the easy kill, but thank you. And I now have a chance. I should have moved first. And dead. Ah. Range. That did... Oh my gosh. She's dead. Just a long-range planking battle. Okay, you are no longer bleeding, at least. Oh, come on! Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, it sucks. Lasso, camo unit. Becomes stealth for 2 rounds. Wooden shield. Chainmail. The punk's hood. Nerdy glasses. Oh my gosh. Cooldown reduction, credit income, unit ability power, cowboy hat. Marked enemies take 20% more damage and plus 6 attack. Go with that. Okay. I can't get the medic back. Darn it. You are really cheap to get back, though. Okay. I can buy a new medic. Okay, 3 units. I could get... I can get the bounty hunter, sniper, and medic. I can get a 4th unit. I mean, oh yeah, 4th unit. But that would be a 7th unit. But I think I probably should save my cash. Though it will be a risk if I lose another unit to be able to fill the slot. I'm gonna take the risk. Okay. Okay, so for you... this unit gains more loot from chests. Oh man, no. Because HP and movement range are also good for you. Technically, because of the ranges, I have... 3 snipers now. Let's... is our frontline fighters. You need movement, but you need movement because you only move 2. I don't think I have anything I can do about that unless I find another store. You'll do well with that. Ability power. His attack. Defense. Just add a little tank to you for now. You would do well with the lasso, and you would do really well with the lasso. Let's do 2 events before we do more attack. White storm suddenly appears above you. Storm's very dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. Wise choice would be to seek shelter. Quickly seek shelter. Wait out the storm. Advance through the storm. Shelter. Ah. Really? That does me no good. She looks hospital as always. Oi, got creds or has that scam artist ripped you off already? Either way, me deals are way better than her. She wasn't lying, although her stock seems limited. Military package, weapon package, punks package. So you're playing Red Dead Redemption. More equipment would be nice. Military package. I got, ooh, some good equipment. That was worth it. That was worth it. Okay, you're gonna get the range boost to be even more snipery. You're gonna get the defense. And the cleave. That was worth it. Okay, that opens up the shop for me to sell some of my crappy equipment for better equipment using almost no cash, so... think before we do that, we're going to do another fight. I don't want to do another hard fight before the boss. This will open up for me to be able to get to the boss. Okay, I think you can bum rush the health. Give me the item. Oh yeah, we've got her. Let's see if we can. Okay. We're gonna focus on her and see if our snipers can put her down first. Okay. If I go there, she can't get to me for the hole. Let me... No. Oh, I only have one. Darn it. That's why. Okay. So I have no choice. That'll at least get me the buff. Debating if I want to spend... I don't want to spend my bits. Okay. You cannot hit anyone even with your extended range. Stay away from the hole. Okay. You are probably worth spending the points for that buff, though. Okay, don't have to worry about the hole for you. Nope, nope, no, not next to the hole. Really? All that. Okay. I am in trouble. I could trade with you, move you up. Okay, well, first of all, heal. If I trade with you, that'll buff you. I should have probably done the lower one. You know what? I can also... You're at the bottom of the pack, so... It's all my commander abilities. I could switch and then push Bunny Girl off. But now that you're healed, we could also do that. And still be able to push Bunny Girl off. And she's next to the hole. So she's also low HP. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take the kill here. I won't be able to do it. Well, she won't be in a position to do a push anyways. Oh. I'm not in a range to do anything with you? Really? Well, I can protect the sniper. Yeah, I'm not making it past you, but I can at least... I can push you. Does less damage, but will get you back. Oh, wait, but you have the silencer, so you can get a buff to hitting her. Hi, Spartan. Yeah, we can just eliminate you, and we no longer have to worry about the hull. You once again don't have to move. And because you have cleave, you're gonna hit them both. Yeah, I know items. Does this open both? No, it'll only open one. Darn it. But will this work? It does! And win! Holy smokes! X shield charge system, 25 ability power. If shielded, gain 30 ability power. Another power blade. We only get... We only got to use the Power Blade once in this fight, but holy smokes, did it mean something. Another Pirate Tricorn, explosive rounds for splash damage. Flashbang, Bomb, Tattered Boots. Minus 10 initiative to use this. What the heck? Milk. Protective Vest. Meat on the Bone. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Heal 10 HP at the end of every turn. Oh, and it's good. Wilderby School. Everyone loses hit points. That's not worth it. Gold Keeney, of course, credit income. That is worth the constant healing. Okay. Oh my gosh, such a tactical what's what. Well, you will benefit from explosive rounds. You could also benefit from cleave. So she's just gonna snipe and like hit everything in an area. She's artillery now. You with the shield benefits from more shield. Just better defense. You need movement. Let's go to the shop and see what other things we can get. I've thankfully not lost anyone, so I'm going to save that for after our final battle. Because that will be to recover units if we've lost anyone. Okay, what do you have? 2 purple. Dog tags. Dog tags are good. Lemon the Parrot. +3 initiative, +22 ability power. On turn start, mark a random hit. Alright, yeah, it's you. +10, 15 defense. When damaged, gain 3 defense. The plates of this armor somehow fall better in the places it takes punishment, make it better fit its way. Okay. Plus attack and defense. Defective deodorant. Yeah. And explosive rounds and range. Okay. So we can just sell those units. We can get those for sure. Actually, we can get those as well. Range is always good. I don't think it's worth getting these. Why does it have to be minus initiative? The poison AoE is disgusting, but probably worth it. Alright, so let's see. Okay, now it becomes a tough fight. Except you've got a lot of bad quality stuff, don't you? So, do we want to add more range to the sniper, or do we want to give the very slow nomad a chance of hitting? We're going to give the very slow nomad that. And that. And that. And that. Now, you... health. So we can sell these. For sure. At this point, we're basically just stacking up cash for if we have to buy new units. You know what? Emergency supplies as well. These are good, but I also want people to live. Maybe I'll just use them for like the last battle since we don't need to worry about preserving units. I think that's what we'll do. Alright, we've got one more fight. I'm not doing the extra hard battle. Which of these regular fights do we want to do and hope that we don't accidentally kill someone? Because we've got 5 options. Yeah, those are just in cases. Because that's actually good in spite being common tier. And the scopes are worth the extra attack range. Who do we want to fight? Because the only thing that... Because nothing new will open up. The only thing that one of these fights will do is open up that fight. Oh, but we have to go with that one, because if we don't... I mean, technically we could still go through there to get that. Well, we're still going to do this one anyways, because I have no idea if the map location affects the difficulty. Okay, we've got a pusher. What are you? Warp droid? Oh, you're gonna be a problem, aren't you? It might be worth trying to kill you quickly. I can't push you off the side on the first turn, but I sure can just blaze away at you. And there's artillery down there, so it is probably well worth it to try to knock out this side first. You're a new late game unit. I don't want to find out how much of a problem you are. Oh my gosh, you are a problem. Holy crap. Yeah. I can't get to anyone. Okay, since that's still the only pusher, my best chance is to just continue to do this. No kill. Okay. We can remove you from the board. You're marked, and I can kill it, and I can attack you. I didn't mean to do that, but I'll take it. Okay, that's a chance to kill you. Oh, that's a guaranteed kill. I'll take that. Less units to deal with. Okay. I cannot... No one's bleeding. Can I just stealth you? Or do I want to burn a health kit? Well, the health kits won't be useful after this fight anyways. No, you stay away from me. Okay. That keeps me away from the hole. And would let me start chipping away at her. Or we could eliminate a threat, and I am far enough away I don't need to worry about you. Deal. Oh. I technically hit the wrong thing, but it worked out. I could just take a shot at not intentional, but actually, you know what? And then threat removed. Okay, there's no items. You don't have ranged though. So you have huge movement at the moment, but I can't make use of it. I'm gonna move you up here in preparation to hit them. Alright, let's remove the artillery. Don't like that. Thank you for the mark, but it doesn't do me a lot of good because I gotta stay away from the hole. Well, I mean, I can move you to where the hole isn't. And I think I've got enough damage output to deal with the problems before the health is an issue. Okay, you're just gonna remove this threat. Ooh. But it only pushes her one. as opposed to the big damage buff I can get now. Ooh. Bombardment. Okay. We can also... Oh, you're already at the top of the initiative. So you'll benefit from that. No one is hurt, and no one's going to benefit from stealth. Maybe it is... Oh. I've now reduced the amount of damage that I'm going to do because the artillery did it. Alright, I'm just going to give her a shove. Start working her way towards the, You can't... do that. Okay. You go away now. I don't know what your plan was getting surrounded. Really? That's a possible kill. I'll take it. Yes! Now we just gotta go after their medic. A little bit awkward of a strategy, but... No, I should have switched with her. Darn it. Yes. Yes. Get her closer. Oh. Why not? Go for the whole thing. And guarantee that she's close enough. Because she's slow. And we're gonna run a little bit over, but we only have one last fight to win or lose. Shield, bomb, shield, vest, ability power, more explosive rounds. We do like the explosive rounds. Then we go stronger after each completed zone. We didn't lose any units, and we're at our max capacity. Defense and HP, defense and income, HP credit. There's no reason to go for the income. We are as ready as we're going to be. We just got to check our units for one last thing. Okay. So, explosive rounds. You have benefited from all of this, so there's no reason to change your setup. So we might as well give the explosive rounds probably to you, because you have poison and bleed. You just have bleed. So swapping out for the explosive rounds is probably worth it. I don't think there's any worth it for swapping for the rest of these regular things, which just leaves the consumables. So again, you two will benefit from the lasso if I ever remember to use you. Your sniper ability, there's not much point to anything except maybe giving you a shield. Oh wait. Because these are a bonus. Ooh, the stuns could actually be really good. As could the fire. And we've got ranged bleed too. Okay, so the medic will probably benefit from being able to huck a stun at someone. Now, with the sniper, this is next time they take damage. Similarly, throw a stun and then shoot. I think that's going to be our strategy. Just all in on the offense. I was wondering when you'd show up on your own, no less. Gotta give it to you, Blitz. You got balls. I guess negotiations are off the table? You're damn right. You knew that the second you stepped into my territory. Now come and face me, Blitz. Very well. Maybe I'll be able to beat some sense into that thick head of yours. All right. This is gonna hurt. Okay. Oh, did a bunch of... Okay, just a hiccup. It'd have to be on beams then, because I'm not showing a DC issue on or a drop on my end. I've skipped a whole 4 frames and missed 7. Okay. Oh, she's got a lot of buildings. I can access the supply point and the artillery. She has plus 30 life steal. Oof. And plus 30 life steal. Give allied units alert level buff. Well, we're on alert level 0, so we don't need to worry about that. All allied units access to emergency overclock activates below 50%, boosting attack, ability, power, and initiative. And a flat plus 10 in attack and defense. Oof. Okay, we're gonna throw you there so you can attack that and then retreat. And we're gonna keep everyone else down here for... See if we can get the artillery. Okay, we want to stay away from the hull. Actually, once I get the artillery, it might be worth it to fall back up to her position. Oof. Might not even be worth it to get the artillery. I don't like how close to the hole I have to get in order to be able to do some of this. Though, wait a minute, if I'm in between her and the hole, I don't need to worry about that, but they'll just dogpile me if I go there. I don't know if it's worth using that yet because she's not going to be close enough to do anything. Is it worth doing this immediate? Yeah, because she's off on her own. Thanks for getting in sniper range. Also in sniper range. Ooh, sniper has lots of choices. And now damage. Okay. So we could deal with her first. Because the medic should get the sniper. Ooh. Bombardment. Okay, who do I want to initiative boost? Like that. Oh, that's not good. Yay, retaliates. Can't retaliate, but yay, tank. Oh boy. Well, at least it's not in the hole. Alright, who do we... Oh, I can just get rid of you. And I really benefit from that. And so now... It's probably worth boosting your initiative now. Darn it. I can't push anyone into a hole again. close damage if I hit you at least. I wish I could split move. That would be real nice. You've got a lot of movement. Can I... I can't get around anyone. You've just got the pull, so... Wait a minute. Ah! Just too short. I was gonna say go here and then pull her in, but I can't do that. Nope, but that opens me up to her. Nope, that's not gonna happen. I am just gonna work on getting rid of Bunny Girl. Well, don't like that. Ah, right. It's worth it. So, I could stun you. Oh, wait. Yeah. Well, stun you, because you're going to do an AoE, I know it. Then... Oh no, you're gonna get your... Okay, you're the next one to move, so I don't need to worry about Kimo yet. Just gonna fall back and heal yourself. Stun you. Just take a shot. No point in stealthing if I'm gonna shoot. Ah! Could be worth it. Stunned. Okay. No one in the artillery can just easily blast. I could guarantee you don't survive. You get to finally push someone in a hole. And full health. Ah. Why can you do that so often? Still no good camouflage. Well, no. Bombardment again. You could actually just remove this problem. So I'll take the risk. Yes! Come on! On my turn? Well... at least we're removing problems. You might... okay, you're actually worth using the stealth on. You have a chance to hide. You don't need to worry about you getting pushed in the hole. Getting a kill. Ah! What? Why'd you skip her turn? Okay, so that moves her up to the top of that turn order. You just have to fall back and heal yourself. I hate you. Just gotta get them down as much as I can. Okay, so that's a kill. There's one less person to deal with. Ah! She was stealth! She was stealth! I did that for the exact reason! Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. Okay. Ah! Move you up in the next turn order. So that's 36, 48, 48. 31. But it does bleed. You're gonna go for the bleed for continuous damage. Oh, this could be it. Yes! Second seat, winner run is Blitz. Looks like your vengeance will have to wait, Hellhound. Zero win, Blitz. You fought well. I would not expect such battle prowess from a coward like you. No damn coward. You really think I gave that order? Last time I checked, you were the commanding officer. Who else could have given it? Entire civilian settlement dead, blown to bits, and Jackal. It was a misfire, you damn fool, and equipment malfunction triggered the attack. Not to mention the settlement raids your people were conducting at the same time. Justify however you want, Blitz. Enjoy your victory while it lasts. I will be coming back. I need a drink. 43 enemy units killed. A total of 10,379 damage dealt. 7 units lost. 1 win streak. I have unlocked Bayonet Stunner, plus 18% damage. Stun the first enemy this unit attacks for 1 round and trigger retaliation break. Ooh. Gunblade! Plus 15% attack, plus 20 ability power. When attacking, gain plus 40 ability power. Last 1 round. After using an ability, gain 30% attack. So you go back and forth between attack and ability with this one. Old World Radio, plus 17% unit attack, plus 14% unit ability power. Old World Map, for 1 round, plus on round 1, plus 1 unit movement. Last 2 rounds. Ooh. Super Med Kit, heal unit to full HP. Canteen, plus 10% unit attack, minus 3 defense, plus 15% ability power, minus 2 initiative. I know I have a problem with. I don't know how else to deal with it. Oh, and then it got sad. The nightmares, visions, whatever you call them, I just can't deal with it anymore. And Dark Hood, gain 25 ability power. Oh, when damaged, so max 10 stacks. Ooh. And then it gets creepy. Pain is required to bring out your true potential. Rumors of rituals have been circulating in the wastelands for decades. And we got a new commander. Who is... Wait a minute. That's not the commander we got! It showed Hydra, but we got Wiz! Oh, was that the new boss? Oh, never mind. So we could fight Hydra? We can fight Hydra. Wiz's ability is Grand Strategy. An allied unit gains minus 50% ability cost for 2 rounds. Using the ability removes this effect, it grants them plus 75 ability power and plus 15 initiative for 1 round. Ooh. Reposition. Swap the position of 2 adjacent units. Strategic Genius. When an allied unit uses an ability, give adjacent allies plus 1 movement and 30 ability power. Holy smoke, she's pretty good. And you get a medic, a breacher, and a sniper. Oh, we start with all the good units. No offense to the soldiers, but we start with all the good units. Holy smokes. Okay. Well, we went over by half an hour because that battle took some time. I thank you all for watching and hope you have enjoyed. This has been Anna Wars Call of the Void and Early Access Roguelike Advance Wars / Fire Emblem tactical game. Hope you all had a good one. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream. Have a great weekend, all.